Hey everyone, sorry for the delay. We are here to bring you some live election night coverage. We got delayed because we were covering the terrible plane crash in Louisville. So, but we are here now, and let's get into it. I want to get you caught up on some things. The New York City mayoral race, the polls close there. I should put the clock up there. In about 39 minutes. So let me actually just get that adjusted so we can have the clock on the screen for that. Okay, and I'll put this right. Hold on. There's that. NYC polls close in. Update. Okay. So let's look at some of the prominent races so far. We have the Votes by Decision Desk HQ site, which I'm excited to be able to use. I'm paying them, but they let me use it. It's not even a public site yet. So, all right. So first of all, I know Decision Desk HQ. Oops, you can't see what I'm looking at. I'll show you in a second. I will show you in a second what I am looking at. Decision Desk HQ has called, and that's not Louisville, Kentucky. Decision Desk HQ has called the Virginia governor race for Abigail Spanberger. So right now we have about half the vote in. She is winning by 11 points. That was expected. There's this question of how much she might win by. But Virginia governor is going to be won by Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat. She has been the favorite in the polls leading up to this. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Decision Desk HQ has called that. I haven't seen if others have called that yet. Now in New Jersey, I have to look up on this because I don't know what votes are mail votes can be better for Democrats than day of votes, right? I believe in New Jersey with the governor, I think this might be the mail-in votes that are in right now. I have to check. Again, I'm just getting to this. So Mikie Sherrill is winning by 24 points in New Jersey, but I think that might have been, I think that's expected to close because I believe that the first things reported in New Jersey, I will double check on this, would be the mail-in vote. And that Ciattarelli would be, the Republican is expected to do better in the in-person early vote and the day of vote. So what I'm going to do is try to get you, there might be analysis here. I don't see any there. But I'll try to get you some analysis here from some people I'm following and get you updates there. The only two governor's races this year, that's what happens the year after the presidential election. Just New Jersey and Virginia. And I believe in the last governor's race in 2021, I think Ciattarelli only lost by about 3.5 points, if I have that right. So let me check a couple things here. We'll be taking your comments on the air as well. Decision Desk HQ has called it in New Jersey as well. Decision Desk HQ specializes in elections. I'm using their site right now. So they have projected Mikie Sherrill winning in New Jersey. Again, not a huge surprise. It would have been a big upset. It would be a big upset if Ciattarelli won. There is this question of how much. People are going to be looking to the margins as well, not just who wins these two governor's races. So will they be close? Will they be, as the polls have been, will they be a blowout? I don't know. So, we're going to have to keep these two governor's races. So will they be close? Will they? We're going to have to keep an eye on the margins as well. But Decision Desk HQ has now called New Jersey governor for Mikie Sherrill, the Democrat, and also Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat in Virginia. New Jersey, Mikie Sherrill, and Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. The other, so we'll keep an eye on those. Obviously, we're going to be covering the New York City race where Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is the favorite in that race, but it's thought, hey, maybe Andrew Cuomo, former governor, he would be the person. There's three people in the race, and realistically, the challenger would be Cuomo. So can Cuomo upset Mamdani? We'll have to see what happens. But we'll be watching that. The polls close in about 34 minutes in New York City. So we'll be watching that as well. And I'll be showing you some, again, I don't really know how this is going to turn out, this race, so we'll have to see. But Decision Desk HQ has projected Mikie Sherrill as the winner in New Jersey. Pretty early. I mean, it's only the polls closed there 26 minutes ago. Hold on a second. Hold on. I just saw something. Whoa, I just saw a crazy video I just saw posted. I don't have the rights to it, but I'm going to post a link to it. So Intel Point Alert found a video of the New Jersey crash, which I have not seen. New Jersey. The Louisville plane crash. It's stunning. Unbelievable. So I'm going to post a link to that in the chat. It was originally posted by Andy Swan. I don't know who Andy Swan is, but he said he posted it. Anyway, so I cannot confirm this, but it certainly looks like it could be legit to me. So I just posted a link to that in the chat, and I posted it on my X account. I know that is not the topic, but I did want to just let you know about that. It's a pretty shocking video. The plane, you can see it sideways almost on the ground. You can go to my X account at Lookner on X. And let's see here. Hang on, I am checking. Here. Oh, also, I'm seeing some analysis about Virginia governor, the shift since the previous election, was it? So again, Spanberger is up in Virginia. She's been projected the winner by Decision Desk HQ. She's up by 11.2 points. The last governor's race 4 years ago was won by a Republican, Glenn Youngkin. Now, where do I get the shift thing? Swing? All right, so see where it says swing? I don't know if you guys can see this. But can I make this bigger? I have to look this up. Swing shows you, I believe, how things have changed since 4 years ago. Do I have that right? Because you see all those blue arrows. What I need to do is figure out how I make this bigger. I don't know. I'm just using this for the first time. I didn't have much time to practice with it. So I'll see if I can figure that out. But I'm talking about this right in here where it says swing. All right, I'll try to figure that out for the moment. Give me a moment. I need to figure all this out. And also another big race is Virginia Attorney General. Did Decision Desk HQ, did they actually call this race? Jay Jones is the Democrat, but Jay Jones, I know he had a big scandal involving some text messages advocating violence. So that race was running closer than the governor's race. Now, has Decision Desk HQ actually called the race for Jay Jones? I don't know. It has a check mark there. I don't know why it would have a check mark if they haven't called it, but let's see. Yes, they have called, Decision Desk HQ just called that race. Now, it's only separated by 1.8 points, so I don't know. I mean, look, this is based on the votes that are out there, and they're election experts. But let me just show you this projection from Decision Desk HQ. They have just projected Jay Jones to win the Attorney General race. And again, that race was a lot closer than the governor's race, in part in a significant part because of that texting scandal. So they have called that race. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But again, they don't make calls lightly over there at Decision Desk HQ. Aspen Star says, I wasn't expecting that. He was running against the incumbent Jason. I meant to look up how to pronounce his name. Is it Miaris? And how about Lieutenant Governor? Yes. For Lieutenant Governor, Decision Desk HQ has called that race as well, with Ghazala Hashmi currently with a 7.8% lead over John Reed, Republican candidate. They have called that race over there. Let me try to get you some more analysis here. I'm going to be reading comments from you guys. Again, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of coming to all this because we were covering the plane crash. And in 28 minutes, we're going to be following the New York City mayor's race as well. Hang on a sec, I'm just checking up a couple things. From what I'm seeing, analysts say, they're saying the numbers have been looking pretty good for Democrats so far. Well, they've been talking about Virginia. Also, the Virginia House, what is it called? The House of Delegates in Virginia. I think that's all up for election, and there's several seats that are seen as key seats. So we want to keep an eye on that as well. All right, let's go back here. And let me just get caught up with some other stuff. Here's New York City Mayor, but no, we don't. That's good. New York City Mayor coming up. 26 minutes till we have that. Just need to get organized. I need to get organized here. Also in Pennsylvania, there are 3 Supreme Court justices who they're all Democrats, and the voters have to decide whether to keep them in it for an additional term on the court. I think you vote yes or no on them. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Do I have any of those here, races? Let me go to home here. I'm guessing I do. Pennsylvania. Oopsie. I have to find it. Pennsylvania State Superior Court? Is this it? I don't even know if this is the right one. I have to look this up. Or do they have that one? It's the State Supreme Court is what we're looking for, I believe. All right, I gotta figure out where that is. Give me a moment. I will try to figure that out. But I ended up not having lead time tonight because we were covering the other thing. Let's keep an eye on New Jersey Governor too, even though Decision Desk HQ has called it, and see how that plays out. Hey, thank you to our moderators, by the Thank you to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Janet B., I really appreciate it. Also, we have, hold on a second here. On Twitch, Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, Riff Tracks, and Tariag. Oh, Spanberger speaking. Hold on a second. Oh, no. Sorry. Hold on. I knew there was something I was forgetting. We're going to watch Spanberger speak right now. She's speaking. Wait a second. Let me get it on the air. She's speaking right now. Oh, my gosh. Hold on. She's giving her victory speech. I'm going to get it on the air for you right now. Sorry. Here she is.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor Story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring. To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me. She's working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. And you have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. And Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I love you. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it today, where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that no matter your age, you can be part of the change and the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and progress and build upon the foundations laid out over so many years. And Virginia, now it is our time to lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, "Your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia." And I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal to the women older than I am who forged the path in dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us could follow in their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge. The history Virginia is making tonight, it is yours. And I thank those who have come before me, and Mary Sue Terry in particular. She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come. So now that the campaign is over, the real work begins, because this was never about just winning an election. It was about what comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going to work to lower costs of renting, buying, or staying in your home. We are going to cut red tape and build homes families can actually afford. We're going to lower health care costs. We're going to crack down on predatory pharmaceutical practices and surprise billing. And we're going to produce more energy, and we are going to lower costs, and we're going to do it by producing more energy here in Virginia, and we're going to make sure that large utility users make sure that they pay their fair share. We're going to grow Virginia's economy by investing in apprenticeships and job training of the future. We're going to leverage AI and cutting-edge manufacturing to bring more capital investment into our Commonwealth. We are going to take politics out of our schools. We're going to make sure that teachers are well paid and well respected.
Somebody have an issue back there? I didn't see. The New York City polls close in 4 minutes. 4 minutes until the New York City polls close in the New York City mayor race. 4 minutes. We'll be keeping an eye on that.
We are going to make sure that our teachers are well paid and well respected. So that our students can focus on actually learning, and so that parents know that their children will succeed. And we are going to make our communities safer by providing the training, pay, and support that our law enforcement community needs and deserves. These aren't slogans on a bumper sticker. They are actionable policies that I am ready to implement starting on day one. And starting now, that work begins. So as we begin this transition to a new administration, I want to be absolutely clear about a couple things. First, Virginia is the only state in the South that hasn't restricted women's reproductive rights since the Dobbs decision, and under my watch, it will stay that way. In Virginia, health care decisions about contraception, fertility treatments, and reproductive care will continue to be made between women and their doctors, not politicians. That's a promise I've made and a promise I intend to keep. Second, I will always stand up for Virginia workers, always. And right now, our federal workforce is under attack, and the chaos coming out of Washington is killing Virginia jobs and creating economic uncertainty for tens of thousands of families. Government employees, government contractors, small business owners who are impacted by the chaos coming out of Washington. Virginia's economy doesn't work when Washington treats our Virginia workers as expendable. To those who have been impacted by the mass layoffs, by furloughs, by the hardships that you are experiencing, please know that I will direct the full power of the governor's office to support you.
All right, I want to cut in here. I'm going to cut in here. So we have 1 minute until the polls close in New York City in the mayor's race there. So I don't know how long it's going to take to get some votes in for that, but I want to get that up on the screen. New York City mayor race. I want to go over to there. Let's look at that just to show you. So maybe we'll come back to Abigail Spanberger in a second. But let me really quick do this. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to do this. There, and get this. Hold on. We're getting there. We're getting there. Look at this. New York City mayor, guys. Polls close in about 10 seconds. The polls close in about 10 seconds. Oh my gosh. Although maybe people are in line. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The polls are closed, at least unless people are in line, I guess, maybe, if that works that way. In New York City, oh my gosh, the polls are closed in New York City. Hold on, let me put this, let me just get rid of the clock. And let me put on the screen, polls close in NYC mayoral race. Awaiting results. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I know a lot of people are following this race. Okay. Hey, by the way, a quick thanks to we have the site I am using is this new site from Decision Desk HQ, which is a very good elections site and elections news source. They haven't. There's this site is in beta, but they let me buy access to it, which was actually very nice of them. So I really appreciate them allowing me to check out the site and use the site. It's votes by Decision Desk HQ. So they get votes in. They do really good about they're really good about getting the totals up as soon as the votes come in. So there's nothing in yet, but the polls are closed. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. And I think Governor-elect Spanberger just finished speaking. By the way, she just finished. Okay, so you can see here. I can prove it to you. She's finishing up in Leesburg, Virginia. So I think the lieutenant governor who lost in Virginia is going to speak to Winsome Earle-Sears. So maybe we'll show you some of that. We're waiting to hear from the New Jersey governor-elect. Well, according to Decision Desk HQ, I don't know how many people have called this, but Decision Desk HQ called the New Jersey race for the Democrat Mikie Sherrill. So we're waiting to hear from Mikie Sherrill, but I know a lot of you are really paying attention and waiting to see what happens in this New York City mayor race. So we're gonna see when those first votes come in. I got to look up and see how long it takes for those votes to come in. I think I have something that says how long it takes for the votes to come in. Hold on. Give me. I was looking at something earlier. I got to take some of your comments on the air too. Sorry. Let me just real quick check up on the. Where is it here? Where is it here? Here. I had something that said when those votes might come in. And we're going to talk about other races too. Oh, soon, I guess. From what I understand, the first votes will come in soon. Very soon. Very soon. So let's keep an eye on this, guys. We just got to keep an eye on this. Soon we should see votes come in, a bunch of votes. Is it the early vote? I don't know. But a lot of votes are going to appear soon, I think. Okay. But nothing on them right there right now. Hey, a quick thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad and JZ Gamer 12 and Kiwi and Sydney and Kenneth Colton for your support. Dewey 1851, Ricky Graybill, Larry Horn, Horn Dynamic Labs, also Antonio Escobar, Satoshi's limo driver, Aaron Dooley, Marin Gobra and Kiwi. I know JZ Gamer mentioned Virginia. Virginia, I think it's the House of Delegates. We're going to be talking about that election. There were a couple of statewide seats in Georgia, that went to, oh, we got votes in. Votes are in. All right, now Mamdani has 51.7%. A bunch of votes just came in. You can see it right here. Can I make this bigger? Let's see. I can make it bigger. There you go. Look at that. Okay, so Mamdani has 51.7% and Cuomo has 39.8%. But the question is, what type of votes are these? Are they, for example, mail-in votes? How do elections experts, people who know what they're doing and study this stuff, and know what votes have come in, they could look at this and say this is good for Mamdani or good for Cuomo or bad for either. So I'm going to see if I can find any people who know something about what type of votes these are, and see if anybody is commenting on this. Decision Desk HQ has called the race. Breaking news. Decision Desk HQ has just called the race for Mamdani. Wow. Decision Desk HQ has called it for Mamdani. Look at this. I'm not joking. It's right in front of you. So they think that given what they've seen so far, Mamdani is going to be the next mayor. Wow. So we'll see if anyone else calls it. But given what they're seeing, the kind of votes that have come in and what's still out there, they're confident enough to say the projected winner is Zohran Mamdani. I mean, what they did, I think, is they saw the first results that come in, and they know about where those votes are coming from, what he's expected to get, what he's expected to get in the remaining votes. Who knows what other data they're looking at, but they are projecting Mamdani as the winner. So let's see what happens with the votes. I'm going to try to see if I can find some analysis. But that's big. They called it pretty quick over there at Decision Desk HQ. So we'll keep an eye coming in. You'll see actually on the site, he now has a green check mark next to him on that site. All right, hang on a moment here. Let's see what I can find you. But again, Decision Desk HQ, elections news site, have projected Mamdani the winner. Very fast projection. Wow, guys. Decision Desk HQ making a call right away. So far, there are, it says there are, let me go down here for a second. Hold on, let me show you some other things here. If I can get it up on the screen for you. Where is here? Let me show you. Oopsie, I don't need that anymore. Here, if you look down here, we can see by the different boroughs. Bronx, Kings, New York. Bronx, Kings, New York, Queens, and Richmond. Do you know what my... hold on a second here. So Kings is Brooklyn, guys. And Richmond is Staten Island. So right now in Brooklyn, Mamdani's up by 26.3%. Whereas in Manhattan, I think New York, isn't New York Manhattan borough? Or Manhattan County, I'm sorry. New York County, which is Manhattan, he is up, Mamdani is up by 8.1%, it says. If I'm getting that right, it says plus 8.1%. So what percentage do they think is in? Did I mess that up? No. Doesn't say. I think we're waiting for that. Breakdown? What's breakdown? Results? All right. Well, let me get that back up. Let me get the big version back up on the screen so you can see it. All right. So anyways, again, Decision Desk HQ has projected Zohran Mamdani as the winner of the NYC mayor election. Now, I don't think any of the networks have projected that. But Decision Desk HQ has projected it. Big news. Oh, NBC News projects, guys, I have an update for you. I have an update for you from Lawrence Hurley with NBC News. NBC News projects that Pennsylvania voters will retain the 3 Democratic state Supreme Court justices. There were 3 Supreme Court justices, Pennsylvania Democratic, who were up for, I guess, re-election. And Pennsylvania voters, NBC News projects, will have voted to preserve all 3 of them in office, I think for another 10 years. Lawrence Hurley says the Democrats maintain a 5-2 majority on the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court. What is this here? Oh, sorry. And then in terms of how many percentage of the vote is in, I don't know why it doesn't say it here. But I'm guessing they'll update it at some point. Just to give you a different estimate of what the percentage of the vote is that's currently in, if you're wondering. The AP estimates that 38% of the vote is in, okay? That's the AP estimate, that 38% of the vote has been counted. Now, their count is slightly different from Decision Desk HQ, but it's fairly similar. Oh, let's check New Jersey governor quickly. New Jersey governor, now Sherrill is supposed to, she was up by more earlier. The way this was going to play out, from what I understand, is that Sherrill was expected to be in a bigger lead, I think because of the early votes or the mail votes, and that the voting, this race is supposed to get closer as more votes are counted, from what I understand. But Decision Desk HQ has projected her as the winner. I don't know if networks have projected her either. All right, let me leave the, we're going to talk about other races too, but I want to leave the New York. I know people are really interested in the New York mayor race, so let me get that back up there and talk about it. New York City mayor. Prop 50, Don Sequitur mentions. When do the polls close in, in California? I don't know when we'll get those results. Because there is day of voting in California. Polls close, supposedly, maybe, I think 8 p.m. One article said 8 p.m. 8 p.m. local time. So the polls will close. California polls close at 11 Eastern time. 11 Eastern time in about less than 2 hours for California polls to close. Okay, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Californians are voting on Prop 50, which would allow California to redraw their congressional district maps. I believe for the next 3 psych elections until 2030, to give Democrats likely 5 extra seats in the U.S. House from California, which was a measure designed to balance out Texas's recent redrawing of their congressional maps to give Republicans 5 extra seats. Let's see. We're waiting. All right, so no Sherrill yet. Waiting to hear from Mikie Sherrill. But to repeat, Decision Desk HQ, you can see the green check mark. They have called the race in New York City for Mamdani. Oh, look at this. This is actually quite interesting. Hey, guys, check this out. Hold on. Check out this at the bottom here. So, oops, I got to turn this off. Richmond County is Staten Island. Staten Island is one of the 5 boroughs in New York City. Cuomo is up in Staten Island by 26%. In Kings County, which is Brooklyn, Mamdani by 25%. In the Bronx, Mamdani by 13%. In Manhattan, which is New York County, Mamdani by about 8%. In Queens, Mamdani by about 10%. But in Staten Island, Cuomo is up by 26.1%. Oh, Frank Luntz says every single county in Virginia shifted blueward tonight. That's according to pollster And pollster Frank Luntz, he says every single county in Virginia shifted blueward tonight. Hang on, I'm just checking some different things here. We will, of course, bring you speeches if Cuomo, and I assume I'll have it when Cuomo and Mamdani speak. So definitely we'll be bringing you that. That's the plan. That is the plan. Oh, I also read about a couple of races in Georgia, these Georgia state office races. Let's see if I can mention that. Hold on. Yeah, 2 seats got flipped on the Georgia Public Service Commission, according to Decision Desk HQ. 2 Democratic candidates won their races on the Georgia Public Service Commission. And I guess that's not something that normally, I saw some analysts saying they thought that was a big deal. Let me see if I can get you a quote from one of them here. If I go to home, can I find Georgia Public Service Commissioner? There's one race. You can see Alicia Johnson won that seat over incumbent Tim Echols. That's one of them. And then the other one was this Georgia Public Service Commissioner, where a Democrat, Peter Hubbard, has 60% right now. Fitz Johnson has 39.1%. Hang on. And then I saw something about this. Where did I see about this? But I saw a couple analysts saying they were surprised that a couple Democrats won these statewide races in Georgia. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I saw it before. Chris Cooper, who is a political science professor at Western Carolina University, he said it's a rare example of Democrats holding statewide elected offices in the South outside of North Carolina and Virginia. Let's go back to the mayor in New York City. Oh, some more votes came in, guys. So right now, Mamdani is leading by 9% in New York City. Something to keep an eye on, though. Look down here. Look at this. I'll pull it up for you here. Look at the county. So you can see Richmond County is Staten Island, and Cuomo is up big there. But Richmond County, you can see 57% of the votes have been reported there, which is the most of any county. So Cuomo, it's like Cuomo is doing well there, but those votes are going to, those Staten Island votes are not going to, I guess the thinking is they're not going to balance out the other counties. Now, I don't know about within the counties. There might be certain areas that favor certain candidates too. But I just want to point out that Staten Island is 57.2% counted. In terms of what percent is in right now, I think we have, according, AP says that 52% of the votes have been counted. I think, well, AP is a little bit of a different number than, they have a bit different number than, roughly half of the votes are in the New York City mayor race. Oh, you know what I didn't do? There it is. Why doesn't it say here? I'm confused. Let me refresh this. I feel like normally it would say this many votes are in. Oh, more votes came in. More votes are in now. Look. Over 1.1 million votes are in. Mamdani is leading by 8.1%. I think some of this site might. This is like a beta. This site is in beta version, this Decision Desk HQ site. So some of it I think is working better than others. I think. Or maybe it's possible I'm using it wrong. But you can see there, over 50% of the vote is in. It looks like the estimate, it looks like maybe a little over 2 million votes maybe are going to be total in New York City. The other thing, I wish I could kind of, yeah, I can make this a little bigger too. Nope, not there. We'll make this a little bigger. There we go. A little bigger for you. I don't know if I should do that. That's weird. I'm going to do that right there. We'll just keep the focus on the top three there. So, yeah, New York Daily News said more than 2 million people voted. That's the highest number of votes in New York City mayoral race since at least 1969. Hold on, I'm just checking some things here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, please. Thanks for your patience. There's also races, mayoral races in Seattle and Minneapolis, where a more moderate candidate is running against a more progressive candidate. So we'll probably talk about those as well. I'm not aware, have you guys heard? I'm not aware that any other, I know Decision Desk HQ called this race for Mamdani. I'm not aware that any other major outlet has called it yet. Oh, Fox News is also just called, guys, Fox News called New Jersey governor as well for Mikie Sherrill, Democrat. I just saw that on Fox News. Here's the New Jersey governor current race here. Mikie Sherrill, about 60% of the vote in. Mikie Sherrill is currently winning by 13%. We'll see how close. I expect it to get somewhat closer. But Fox News is projecting her as winner. I think she might be speaking soon. Hold on a moment. Give me a moment here. Mikie Sherrill may be speaking in a moment. I need a second. Where is it? I got to keep my eye on that. When Mikie Sherrill starts speaking, we will watch her speak. I think she might be speaking soon. She spoke earlier? I'm not aware of this because I'm looking. No, I'm looking at her event and I don't see her having spoken. Maybe I missed her. I'm scrolling through. It wasn't in the last hour. Yeah, Fox News has a headline right now. Fox News projects governor for Mikie Sherrill. NBC just projected it too. So she hasn't, I don't think she's done her victory speech yet. So again, NBC News and Fox News both just projected MSNBC, I guess it's not, MSNBC is not NBC, is different from NBC News now. MSNBC and Fox News have both projected that Mikie Sherrill, Democrat, will win this race for New Jersey governor. CNN just projected it as well, as our viewer Ghost Shirt said. I can see them all. All three of the networks, Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN, all have on their headline right now that they have projected New Jersey Democrat Mikie Sherrill as the next governor of New Jersey. So I will keep an eye on that. In the meantime, let's go back to New York City mayor. Oh, more votes in New York City, guys. More votes in. We're up to 1.36 million votes in, and Mamdani is still up by 8 points. And according to AP says that the current percentage in is, I gotta find it here. Why don't they have it? Hold on, give me one moment. Give me one moment. AP estimates that around 60% of the votes are counted. Yeah, so this is about 60% of the vote is in. It's not the exact same count as Decision Desk HQ, but that's about 60% of the vote in. Decision Desk HQ already called this race, but I have not seen networks call it or other major news outlets call it. Whereas they did just call a number of outlets have just called the New Jersey governor race. NBC News, in addition to MSNBC, have called the New Jersey governor race as well. CBS News just called the New Jersey governor race for Mikie Sherrill, Democrat. So she will probably be speaking soon. As we watch the votes come in New York City. Oh, I was going to mention the Virginia House as well. I'll get into that shortly. Oh, I'm sure he'll be speaking tonight. I wonder, I'm guessing Cuomo will speak too, but I'm sure Mamdani will be speaking. We will have that live for you. We will have it live. Oh, Curtis Sliwa is speaking. Hey guys, Curtis Sliwa is speaking, the Republican candidate for mayor. Hold on. Let me put this on. Let me put it on for you right now. Wait one moment. There he is. There's Curtis Sliwa. Where's the volume?
We will continue our mission. We're not leaving to Florida or Georgia or North Carolina or South Carolina, Texas or Tennessee. We stay, we fight for what we know is right. We improve, we don't move. This movement continues on in the subways, in the streets, in the neighborhoods, where all of you, the people, are from. And we will continue to fight. Fight, 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 fight. And tonight, those people who think they're powerful and think we're powerless will understand that the people have spoken. One person, one vote. And now we will hold the mayor-elect to make sure that he serves all the people and that socialism does not replace capitalism. Law and order must be imposed to keep our cities safe and secure. We want everybody to know if you're young or old, you can stay in New York, you can prosper, you can live the American dream. I swear to all of you, on behalf of my wife Nancy, myself, and everybody who made this effort possible, we will continue on. They have not stopped us. They have not silenced our voices. We will prevail in honor of our parents and grandparents. The tradition of America will grow and prevail and prosper, and it will be we, the people, who will be successful. I want to thank my campaign team that has been magnificent, comprised of millennials and Gen Zers. James Perone, who's been our campaign manager. Outstanding. Some of the young men and women who were part of our social networking team, which, as you can see, has really put our message forward. I want to thank Rob Cole, who's been our senior campaign organizer. I want to thank the chairman and chairwomen of the 5 counties of New York City, the Republican leaders who stood by my side and did not bend or bow to the pressure that was coming from up high. And I hope by tonight's tally, we will see a number of our Republicans down ballot who are elected into office to be the checks and balances to the Democrats who are the majority. And I really hope that people...
I have to cut in here. NBC News has now projected Zohran Mamdani as the winner of the mayoral race. So NBC News just made their prediction, and MSNBC, both of them, are calling the mayoral race for Zohran Mamdani. Remember, Decision Desk HQ called this very early on, this race. But now NBC News is projecting it as well. They just called it for Mamdani. As you can see on your screen, with roughly 3/4 of the expected vote in, he is still up by 8.7%. He is at over 50%, Mamdani. So we'll see if other projections come in. But again, NBC News has just projected Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City. All right, I'm just making sure here. We were hearing from Curtis Sliwa, but we're also supposed to hear from Mikie Sherrill soon. Mikie Sherrill, we're going to be hearing from her coming up in New Jersey. And Oh, Winsome Earle-Sears is speaking. Let me put Winsome Earle-Sears on briefly. Let me watch some of her. Hold on. I'm going to put her on right now. That is Winsome Earle-Sears, who was the Republican candidate. Republican candidate for governor. Let me put the volume on and then I'll fix the caption. Hold on.
And then COVID came. And we did very well in COVID as well. But it was the decision of the then governor that caused my business to close. And so it matters who the governor is. Policies matter. And to be safe matters. Because to be governor is to have the other title of commander-in-chief. And the first job, I believe, of any governor is to keep the people safe. If you don't have safety and security, you have nothing. And so, I'm not going to give up. Have you given up? No. No, you must not. My opponent, Abigail, ran as a moderate. If she governs as one, then she will unite us and she'll heal our divide and win our support. I hope and pray she does. But all should note, I don't consider this a loss because remember, I've always said this, I'm a Christian first and a Republican second, and that's the way it always will be. Because no political party has ever given their life to me. So your voice isn't lost. And I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. Virginia is not a radical leftist state, and we will hold to account anyone who tries to impose on us the ideology of the left. Hello. We must offer our hands of cooperation, but the gesture comes with a warning. Do not tread on me. The wind belongs to God. He has ordained all that is and will be, and He wants His children to live in peace. Let us do so. Let us come together tonight as Virginians with goodwill in our hearts, filled with the hope that comes with the new day. We must pray for Abigail. We must pray for our government. You are the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We must pray for our state, and we must pray for our country. God has used us for His purposes. We answered the call. We have no regrets. No matter what comes next, big or small, we still pray, "Here I am, Lord, send me." So, don't give up. We must never give up. To give up is to give up. May God continue to bless you, and may God continue to bless our cherished Commonwealth of Virginia. And may God bless these great United States. Thank you so very much for investing in me. Thank you so very much. Many of you, and I want to finish here, you carried me. You sent in $5 and $10 and $15, and you thought that that was nothing. But you don't understand what you did. I got a check for $3, and it reminded me of the woman with the 2 mites, and that was all she had. She gave above and beyond. And those $5 and $10 and $15 and $25, they afforded me the ability to have, averaging every day, almost $250,000 to $300,000 a day. Without those $5, I would not even have been here because I had no money until other harder dollars came in. So don't ever think that you can't do anything. $5. as we say in Jamaica, every mickle makes a muckle.
Guys, I have an update for you. Sorry to interrupt. I have an update. Fox News has projected, and CNN, Fox News and CNN have both just called the mayor race for Zohran Mamdani. CNN and Fox News project Zohran Mamdani as the winner in the NYC mayoral race that just happened. So we now have CNN and Fox News and NBC and MSNBC and Decision Desk HQ all projecting Zohran Mamdani as the winner. Most of those votes, it looks like around 80-85% of the votes are in, I think, in New York City right now. AP has called it as well. AP has called the race for Mamdani. So Zohran Mamdani, I think we can safely say, has been elected as the next mayor. Let me go back to this. There you go. Hold on. I got to fix the headline. Zohran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist, 34 years old, am I remembering this right? Coming out of nowhere, basically, in the primary, he has been elected as the next New York City mayor. Wow, guys. Oops, I'm sorry it's confusing. I have too many things on the screen. Hold on, let me fix this. There we go. So he is up by about 9.5% right now, with, I want to say, about 85% of the vote in. All right, so we're gonna bring you him speaking. Mikie Sherrill, a New Jersey Democrat who won the governor's race there, is going to be speaking soon. So we're going to bring you that as well. Let me show you what things are like at the Mamdani event. I can't play them. They're probably playing music there, but I will show you the Mamdani event, the video. Guys, here's video from the Mamdani event. There it is. That is the Mamdani event right there. That's the Mamdani watch party, where he will be appearing. So you are looking at it. See, it says Zohran. It says on the TV, AP Zohran Mamdani wins race. Yeah, somebody just said expected result. Yes, Mamdani was the favorite in this race by the end. Given the recent polling, by the end he was the favorite. Certainly also the two governor candidates, Democrats, were the favorite in New Jersey and Virginia. But just to show you what the margins are, from what I'm seeing, they've been doing pretty well. These have not really been close races. So let me just show you here. Now, I believe this race is supposed to get closer, but right now, Mikie Sherrill, with 69% of the vote in, she is up by 13.5% in New Jersey. And then the Virginia race, governor, where are we with that? Spanberger, 80% of the vote is in, and Spanberger is up by 12.5%. As we mentioned earlier, the Attorney General race was supposed to be a close statewide race there, but Jay Jones, the Democratic candidate, has been projected the winner there. 3.6% separates them. But Decision Desk HQ, and I've seen other outlets called Jay Jones as well, but we'll have to see what happens. Decision Desk HQ has him as the winner there. So let's keep an eye out for Mamdani speaking. And again, very soon, we're supposed to see Mikie Sherrill speak. Let me get over to the Mikie Sherrill event. Hold on. Actually, I want to wait. This is there is the Mamdani event here coming up. There's the Mamdani event. I think Sherrill's going to speak before Mamdani. Look, people are cheering. Now, is it music? I see people cheering, jumping up and down. I assume they're playing music. I can't play the music. But and this is just a few minutes after outlets like AP called the race. Oh, what's happening here? Somebody is speaking at the Mikie Sherrill event, but it's not Mikie Sherrill yet. This is the Mamdani watch party there. We're going to have Cuomo reaction as well. Cuomo reaction coming up for you too. Remember, President Trump came out in the last couple of days and he told voters to not vote for Mamdani and not vote for the two Democratic candidates in New Jersey and Virginia. We might have Jack Ciattarelli reaction as well, too. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here is, let's just show you what the current voting totals are in New York City mayor race. From Decision Desk HQ, almost 1.9 million votes in. And Mamdani is still leading by 9%. That's about, if my math is correct, it's over 80% of the vote is in. I don't know why this graph does not have the remaining vote. It should have the remaining, it just doesn't. It should. But, so I'm sorry about that. AP says 83% of the vote is in. You know, at this point, if it stays like this, even if all of Sliwa's votes went to Cuomo, Mamdani would still win. So I wonder if he'll end up with over 50%. Oh, more votes just came in. Has Trump commented yet? That's a good question. I got to look that up. I haven't even looked. Let's see. No, nothing from Trump. Trump last posted 4 hours ago. He told people in New Jersey to vote for Jack Ciattarelli. But he has not posted on the new... Trump has not posted on the new results yet. I'll let you know if he does. So we got a bunch of speakers coming up. Mamdani's gonna speak. Mikie Sherrill, the governor-elect in New Jersey, is gonna speak. I'm guessing Cuomo will speak. Jack Ciattarelli, if the scheduling works out, I'd love to play you his speech too. Let me get you over to the Sherrill event. Hang on a moment here. Sherrill is not speaking yet. She's supposed to speak soon. Why is this thing... Oh, I see what's happening here. I'm sorry. I'm messing everything up. Give me one moment here. Sorry, guys. All right. I'm looking at the Sherrill event, and I'm looking at the Mamdani event. Fox News is also projecting that Jay Jones wins, Democrat Jay Jones wins in that attorney general race in Virginia. Jay Jones was facing a text messaging scandal over text messages that advocated, I believe, if I remember right, advocated violence. I have to go pull up something about that race. But Jay Jones, Fox News has just projected Jay Jones as the winner in that race. Yeah, Jay Jones, I'm looking for at Wikipedia right now, came under fire for a 2022 text conversation in which he repeatedly made statements advocating violence against then House Speaker Todd Gilbert and his family. Okay. I'm just keeping my eye on these. We're waiting for a bunch of different people to speak at this point. Almost 1.9 million votes now in New York, and about 85% of the vote is in. About 85% of the vote is in, according to AP. 85% of the vote. And Mamdani is still up by over 9%. I hope everybody doesn't speak at the same time. We don't want that to happen. I hope they time out their speeches so we can hear all of them. Zohran Mamdani just posted a video. Does it have sound on it? I want to make sure. I gotta be careful here with copyright stuff. He posted a new video about 15 minutes ago on his social media. I'll tell you what it is. I just have to listen to it. He just posted a video of, it's taken from inside a subway car, and the subway car doors open, and it says, and the subway announcer says, the next and last stop is City Hall. He just posted that a few minutes ago on his social media. Zohran Mamdani. We are going to have him speaking shortly. Looks like Mikie Sherrill might be speaking shortly too. What are they waiting for? Let's have her come out and speak. I don't want people speaking at the same time. Thanks, Alvaro Maravillas, for being a member. Thanks, Alvaro. Thanks also, Joe. Joe thinks it's unbelievable that Jay Jones won. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Jean-Paul Lachance. Thank you, Kiwi. Thanks, Inhalation Aerosols. Jay-Z Gamer, thank you. Satoshi's Limo Driver, thanks for being a member. Antonio Escobar, Aaron Dooley. More votes coming in New York there. Thank you, Sandor M. I appreciate that, Sandor M. Thank you. Also, thanks to Blue Streak over there on Twitch, CC143 on Twitch, Tribal Convictions on Twitch, thank you, Tatermong on Twitch, eBiker, Fernando Montemayor over there on, thanks for being a member. Appreciate all of our moderators who've been here too. We're waiting for Mamdani and others to speak. Ruth Krafasi is moderating right now. Thank you so much. Sorry if I'm missing moderators. I just want to thank some of them. DeBears, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire. Sarah and Riff Tracks on over there on Twitch. Thank you. Linda Belk, Misha, Larry on X. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. Over there on Twitch. Oops. Can hear two of me. Kay Lowry Bodies moderating. Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you so much. Thanks Chuck Mosca for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks also Patty Nielsen. I think thanks Patty Nielsen for your support. Hey, let's go to the Mikie Sherrill event. Well, she's not speaking yet. Hang on. Let me make sure I have both of these ready for you. I got to make sure I have both of these ready to go for you guys. All right, so that's the Mikie Sherrill event. And then I want to get the Mamdani event up. Nope, I got to fix that. All right, that's the Mamdani event. That's the Mikie Sherrill event, but that's not New York City. They're both live. Those are both live. So we're keeping an eye on both. And then here is that is the Mamdani party that Mamdani is going to be speaking at. You can see it says Zohran there. And in about an hour, the polls will close in California, and it is expected that the Prop 50, which would allow California to redraw their congressional maps to favor Democrats for until 2030, it is expected that that's going to pass. I think I owe a thank you to Donald Jones from earlier. If you're still watching, Donald, thanks so much for your support. I appreciate it. I see on the president's schedule, tomorrow he is supposed to, at 8:30 a.m., deliver remarks at a breakfast with Republican senators. I wonder if that's going to be his first on-camera comments about this. At 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, President Trump delivers remarks at breakfast with Republican senators. Then he goes to Miami. Oh, and he has a speech tomorrow. Maybe we'll cover that at the America Business Forum in Miami. At 1 p.m. he's speaking. We're looking at right now the Zohran Mamdani event, and there is the current votes in, almost 2 million votes in. Mamdani is still over 50%. He is still up by 9 points. That is 86% of the vote is in. 86% of the vote is in, and he is still up by 9 points. Oh, is Mikie Sherrill about to speak? Hold on, let me go to this. Are we going to see Mikie Sherrill here? Mikie Sherrill's about to speak. Hey, it's Mikie Sherrill in New Jersey. I'll put the volume on when the music stops. Let me check the volume here. There she is. There is Mikie Sherrill. So let's listen to New Jersey Governor-elect, if they put the signs down, Mikie Sherrill. I gotta put the music down. Music down. All right, there's Mikie Sherrill. We're going to listen to her. She is live in New Jersey right now. They're still playing music. They're still playing music. Here we go. Mikie Sherrill.
You guys just screamed from the rooftop.
They're still playing music. She's talking and they're still playing the copyrighted music. Maybe they'll stop in a second. All right, hold on a second. Thanks, Patricia Grace. Thank you, Patricia Grace. All right, I think she's about to start speaking. Thank you, Patricia Grace. Patricia, the Prop 50 votes are not in yet because the polls in California close in an hour. So we will be looking at that vote when the polls close in about 59 minutes in California. She's still, they're still playing the music. They are breaking news. The music is still playing. Sounds like it's still playing. Oh no, wait. Hold on. Hold on. It was from another feed. They're not playing the music anymore. Here she is.
Honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Ciattarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families, to my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family, who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you. When we all do better, we all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty, a daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation is well deserved, especially after this election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, we know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now. Roll up your sleeves, let your passion flow. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
All right, that was Mikie Sherrill in New Jersey, the governor-elect. Too much music. Okay, that was Mikie Sherrill, governor-elect in New Jersey. And we are waiting now to also hear from Zohran Mamdani. As you can see, he is up. He is still over 50% with almost 2 million votes counted. Most of the votes counted in New York City, I want to say maybe about 90% now. Let's see. It is currently, I'm sorry it doesn't say it on there, but about 88% of the vote is in New York City, and Zohran Mamdani is still over 50%, and he's still winning by about 9%. Over there in New Jersey, if I can just, we'll go over to the Mamdani rally in a second. Let me just come back here. Hold on. We'll go to here. All right. So there's the current numbers in New York City. Yes, over 2 million votes in now, and Mamdani is still winning, and he's still, I think, over 50%. And then going back just to that New Jersey race, I don't know what it's going to end up at, but she's got a pretty, we have 81% of the vote in, and Mikie Sherrill is up by a lot. She's up by 13.5%. I don't know how much closer that's going to get, but that would be quite a big win for her. And then how did things end up in Virginia, where Spanberger won? What percentage of the vote is in there? Let's see. Virginia governor, Spanberger has a very sizable lead. Very sizable, 13.5%, with 87% of the vote is now in. She is now winning by 14.2%, and 87% of the vote is in. If you look at remaining here in New Jersey, Virginia, just you can see that a lot of the remaining vote, well, it looks like, just eyeballing it, it looks like maybe more of that remaining vote is blue than red places. But so she's winning by a lot right now, and we're waiting to hear from Mamdani. And if I have other speakers, I will let you know. Cuomo's going to be, Cuomo's speaking too. Guys, I have the Cuomo event. Will Cuomo speak before Mamdani? Guys, look at this. We got the Cuomo event here. There it is. Cuomo ready on day one. Ready on day one. That's live in New York City. One of our viewers said, will he call for a recount? I don't know if he's going to call for one down by almost 9%. So maybe he's going to speak before Mamdani. Then Ciattarelli Oh, did he already speak, Ciattarelli? You know what? Ciattarelli, I think, was speaking at the same time as Mikie Sherrill. So I'm not going to go back for that. We'll wait till Cuomo and Mamdani speak. Cats in the Woods says Cuomo is a no-go. Dan Tony says Ciattarelli got smoked. Let's go. I mean, it was a huge upset when Cuomo lost to Mamdani in the primary. We saw Sliwa speak. We saw some of his speech earlier. Okay. Hang on a moment here. So I'm looking at both. I have both of these events that I'm looking at. I'm looking at, there's the Mamdani event. There's the Cuomo event. We have both events. They're both in New York City. I think they're both in New York City. I assume they are. Yes. So I know a lot of you want to see Mamdani speak, and maybe Cuomo speak as well. Forster says, I wonder who's going to speak next. I mean, you know, the major races tonight, they were all called quite fast. I mean, Decision Desk HQ, which I was following, and that's where I'm getting my election results from, they called all the races quite fast. And then, you know, even the Mamdani race, they called the Mamdani race, they called it at 9:03 because 3 minutes in, a bunch of votes came in. And they just called it right then. So none of the big races has been particularly close. Yeah, so we're waiting for both of them to speak. And that is the Mamdani event right there. I have not seen Trump post anything yet tonight. He is supposed to do an event where he has two speaking events tomorrow. Breaking news, Trump's posted. Trump just posted. Look at what Trump posted. He just posted on Truth Social 13 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed this. Trump says Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight, according to pollsters. So he's saying the two reasons they lost is that Trump wasn't on the ballot and the shutdown. Take all of that as you will. So does that mean, I'm trying to interpret this, so when he says the shutdown, does he mean Republicans are being blamed for the shutdown? Because he's saying the shutdown was a reason. And then him not being on the ballot, I mean, that would suggest that, is he saying that these candidates can't win without him? He was quoting the pollsters? Well, I'm assuming I'm assuming if he posted that he agrees with the pollsters. I don't think he's going to post in 5 minutes and say, "Oh, I don't agree with those pollsters." That's literally the post. So I think he probably agrees with that. That's why he's posting it. I don't know. It would seem strange if he's posting it and he doesn't agree with it. Oh, did he post again? No. Let's see. Refresh. President Trump just posted 2 minutes ago, just out, the 60 Minutes interview of Donald J. Trump on CBS Sunday night was the highest rated 60 Minutes in years. He just posted that 2 minutes ago. That is from President Trump. There it is. John Strives, our viewer, says he is already over it. I love it. All right. We're waiting now for Mamdani and Cuomo to speak. There are not many more votes in, but well over 80% of the vote is in New York City. 89% of the votes counted now, and Mamdani still over 50% and still winning by almost 9%. What is the current situation with the Virginia? Hold on, I gotta write this down. The Virginia House of Delegates. What is the current, I don't even think it's on here. What is the breakdown in terms of the current vote for the Virginia House of Delegates in seats? What's the projection? All 100 seats in Virginia's House of Delegates are on the ballot today. Virginia, the Democrats had a 51-48 majority in the House of Delegates. So I'm not even sure what the projection is. Let me see if I can find this. As we wait for Mamdani and Cuomo to speak. I'm seeing a bunch of people who I follow and I'm looking at online projecting that the Democrats will gain seats in Virginia, but I don't know how many it'll be. So we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, hold on. I see the camera zooming in Cuomo. Camera zooming in for Cuomo. Hey guys, look. It's the Cuomo event. I think Cuomo is about to speak right now. I think Cuomo is about to speak. By the way, thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad. Thanks for shouting out the moderators, AZ Intel's dad. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thanks to Barcodable, our subscriber over there on Twitch. Thanks. And I got to thank all of our subscribers over there. Thanks Blue Streak for subscribing. Wall Street and Shaggy for subscribing. Douthis, CC. Breakin 407. Artful Nothing. Otis Dinwiddie. The camera zoomed in for a second. Thanks Zamia for subscribing on Twitch. Also Chief Hung, I'll say. Chief Hung, thank you for subscribing. There is the Mamdani event in New York City. We're waiting for both of them. Quick thanks to Jennifer Johnson. Thanks so much, Jennifer, for your support. Jennifer Johnson, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, hey guys. Oh, wow. There's two things I hadn't seen. B&O News mentioned, first of all, that the governor says at least 7, and I just see this myself. So the governor of Kentucky says at least 7 people have been killed in the plane crash. Wow, that's terrible. In Louisville, and that numbers could still rise. There were 3 crew members on the plane. Also, there's a new video, crazy, of the crash of the plane. Shortly after it took off, during takeoff, basically, it crashed outside the airport. And I'm going to post a link to that. B&O News posted a security camera footage of the plane coming down. Wow, it's just crazy. Really awful. So again, 7 people now dead in that plane crash. And certainly condolences to all their families. We did coverage of that earlier. We did a whole stream on it earlier. So sorry, I can't. There's a press conference going on now, but I don't want to go over to that because we're waiting for for Cuomo and Mamdani to speak. So it's kind of hard to cover both things at once, but we did a stream on that earlier. Hey, also, the California polls close in 31 minutes. I assume we'll have a pretty quick call on Proposition 50 there, which would allow the legislature to redraw congressional districts until 2030 to favor Democrats. Who will speak first, Cuomo or Mamdani? I do not know. Josh Wingrove points out from Bloomberg that Spanberger in Virginia and Mikie Sherrill in New Jersey are each outperforming Kamala Harris by 4 to 5 points, although the counting is still going on, so that could change. Yes, Trump endorsed Cuomo. A couple days ago, he posted that he posted about it. I think multiple times on True Social. How is the voting? Any more votes come in there? Let me see. Here's the current vote totals. It's not that much different than when we last looked. Roughly almost just around 90% of the vote is in. And Mamdani is up by 8.8%. Yes, as some of our viewers are saying, Elon Musk a couple days ago also endorsed Cuomo. Hillbear thinks Zohran gave the blueprint for many more candidates all over the country. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't know what lessons Democrats will take from this. Maybe it's, Spanberger and Mikie Sherrill are not as left-wing as Zohran is. So we'll have to see what lessons Democrats take from this. Oh, Minneapolis mayor, what's happening there? So I know, real quick, I'm not an expert on this race at all, believe me. I know very little about it. But I do know that Jacob Fry, the incumbent, is seen as the more moderate, and Omar Fateh is seen as the more progressive candidate. So right now, Jacob Fry is in the lead. I can tell you that there. I don't know why it doesn't have, this should have the percentage of vote. I don't know why it doesn't. Did I do something? No, it just doesn't say. I don't know why. It's a beta site, so I'll let them know. Minneapolis mayor. Oh, 99% of the votes counted, guys. This 99% of the votes counted. Oh, but this is ranked choice. Oh, this is ranked choice voting. Okay, so it's ranked choice voting. So this is the first round, right? But then they start eliminating people and giving their vote and going to their second. You don't just vote for one person. You rank your choices. So if your candidate doesn't get enough votes, then they take your vote away from that candidate. Then they look to your next choice. So Omar Fateh is losing to Jacob Fry, but Jacob Fry, you need to get 50% or above ultimately, or above 50%. So I don't know how this is going to play out. I have no idea. I'm not well versed enough. I have to go look at some Minneapolis analysts to see what they say about this race. But this is ranked choice, this race. So even though 99% of the votes are in, and I think it actually will take some time to do the ranked choice rounds. I don't think that gets done tonight, if I remember right. I got to look up more on that. I'm sorry. And then what was the other one? Oh, Seattle probably isn't up there yet. Is Seattle? Washington? Seattle mayor? Votes not being counted yet. Yeah, maybe the polls aren't closed there yet. All right, so see if I can find something about that. That is the Mamdani event. Let me just check a couple. Let me just check a couple things here while we're waiting for him and Cuomo to speak. Steve Miga thinks the turnout in California for Prop 50 is very large. The polls in California close in 24 minutes. 24 minutes, the polls will close in California. Somebody yell at me in the chat. I should like set an alarm. I'll try to remember. But I'm guessing that race could be. I'm guessing the Prop 50 could be called pretty fast. Well, I don't know how long it takes for the votes to start getting counted there. How long are they going to wait to? I wonder. I mean, is Cuomo waiting to speak because it's just like, well, I'll keep. Cuomo at this point must know. I don't know if Cuomo is hoping for a late burst, but I mean, so many outlets have projected Mamdani, and I mean, at this point, what, 90% of the vote is in, roughly. 89% of the vote is in. Here, look. Lacey thinks Cuomo is never going to accept it. Ocean Mist thinks Cuomo is delaying it to throw off Zohran. Hang on here. We are still waiting. We're still waiting. We have the Cuomo event. We have the Mamdani event. Neither has spoken yet. Bugs think stocks are going to go down tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like the market might have been assuming that Mamdani was going to win. But maybe you think as a reaction to all the elections. Our viewer Joe Fulius thinks Mamdani was priced in hard. By the way, crypto went down a bunch today. Anybody been keeping an eye on this? Actually, Bitcoin has recovered a bit. It's now at 102,000 roughly. It had gotten below 100,000. But I mean, it went down a bunch today. Mammy thinks you should buy the dip. Our viewer, Mammy Washington. I'm going to assume, let me just check here. I'm going to assume that let me just check something real quick. I got to check and make sure. I want to see, is there music on these? Can't even hear anything. Oh, I don't even think they have the audio on. Oh, they're zooming in. Hold on. They're zooming in the Mamdani. Hold on. Wait a second. One moment here. They're zooming in on the podium. Oh, here's Cuomo. Cuomo speaking. Cuomo speaking. Look, it's Cuomo. Let's watch Cuomo speak.
Thank you. You're taking my time. First, let me. I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have from the right, Pelle Flundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah. We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions. And I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots. And I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. Two million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, we are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point. A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road. Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani. No. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, so that was Andrew Cuomo speaking after losing to Zohran Mamdani. I can't imagine when he first decided to run for mayor, he thought that that he'd be losing to Zohran Mamdani. But this is how Zohran Mamdani really came from. He was not a big name that was expected to compete for mayor. But this is what's happened. That sign says Curtis Sliwa is the spoiler. Although if you add up Cuomo and Sliwa right now, you don't get what Mamdani has. Mamdani still has over 50%. Hey, so let's go over to the Mamdani. Let's go to Mamdani rally coming up. Look, guys, there it is right there. There it is. Now it's time to go to the Mamdani rally. There it is. We're about to hear Mamdani speak. Yes, thanks, Jay Sands. We're going to keep an eye on California polls close in 10 minutes. I'm guessing we'll get a pretty quick projection about Proposition 50 when the votes start getting counted. But right now, we're about to hear Mamdani speak. That is his event. Did Trump post again on Truth Social? He had posted before a couple times. Trump said terminate, I think he has said this before. He said Republicans terminate the filibuster, get back to passing legislation and voter reform. President DJT. He wants them to eliminate the filibuster in the Senate. to end the shutdown. That rule makes it so that 60 senators are need to pass most legislation. But if if Republicans get rid of that rule, then if Democrats have a majority, they can take advantage of the rule not being there. All right, well, we're watching this right now. We're waiting for Mamdani to speak. He'll be coming out at any moment now. Yeah, Trump wants to get rid of the filibuster. So they can go, so the shutdown can end. AP says majority Republicans have strongly resisted calls to eliminate the legislative filibuster, since it would dilute their power if and when they are in the minority again. So Republicans don't want to get rid of the filibuster, and then if it turns out in a few years they're in the minority, then they have less chance to stop legislation that they don't want. Our viewer, Jat Dewitt, says, congrats, Mamdani. Awaiting Mamdani victory speech in New York City, guys. Hey, thanks to Crypto King. Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out the mods. Thank you, Crypto King, for your support. Thanks, Trippy, for your support. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thanks also, Valor. Valor2 on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. And JCon, thanks for subscribing over there. Thanks, CC, for your support on Twitch. Trippy said, so Trump is blaming himself. Trump posted that pollsters, his post said, Trump wasn't on the ballot and shutdown were the two reasons that Republicans lost tonight, according to pollsters. That's what Trump posted. Oh, Scotty Scott. Good seeing you, Scotty Scott. Thank you so much, Scotty Scott, for the memberships. So nice of Scotty. Thank you, Scotty Scott. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership, like Scotty Scott. Hey, thanks to Jay Ford as well. Very nice of you, Jay Ford. Thank you. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Oh, it says spec instead of speech. Oops. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't even notice. It still says, it's still wrong. There we go. The California polls close in 5 minutes. We'll talk about some more overall stuff after Mamdani speaks. Maybe get you some analysis. I think generally speaking, this night has been being seen as a pretty good night for Democrats. Certainly, you know, in the governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey, the Democrats did quite well in both those races. But we'll talk about that after. We'll take some comments from you guys as well. How much, I mean, now, Mom, I mean, so what is the mayor term 4 years in New York City? Because I think Mamdani is going to be like, I think Republicans are going to talk about Mamdani a lot the next several years. Is it 4 years? 4 years, yes. Oopsie, I messed up. Look what I did here. I messed up and I did this. Hold on. There we go. Hey, thanks, Walter Beasley. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Good to see you. Walter thinks moderates are pushing back. Now, you might say Mamdani isn't a moderate, but look at maybe New Jersey and Spanberger and Mikie Sherrill would be more moderate than him. So Walter thinks moderates are pushing back. Or maybe Walter just thinks moderates in general are pushing back. Maybe Walter thinks that some moderates who had gone Republican last year are going Democrat this year. Walter could mean that too. Artful Nothing thinks with enough traction, Mamdani would have a shot at the White House. Wow, bold prediction. CAC thinks it'll be 4 long years in New York City. So in 2 minutes, the polls close in California. I wonder if I mean, I don't know if this makes a difference, but is Mamdani waiting till 11 o'clock to speak so they can show it on the 11 o'clock news or something? What do you think, guys? Is that what he's, at this point, is that what they do? I don't know. Dejected says he can't be president. Oh, wait. Because is it the natural born citizen thing? Is that what it is? He wasn't born in the U.S., right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, he was born in Uganda. Good job, chat, pointing that out. Yes, you must be a natural born citizen to be U.S. president. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so the California polls have just closed. The California polls have closed. I think we could maybe find Prop 50 up here. Where's California? So there's Proposition 50. Oops, hold on. Let's do it this way. There's California Proposition 50, which is expected to pass. As you can see, Decision Desk's Zachary Donany says a yes vote would approve a new map more favorable to Democrats than the one drawn by the state's independent commission. The revised districts could shift 3 to 5 seats from Republican to Democratic control in the U.S. House in 2026 and strengthen Democratic incumbents in several narrowly won districts from 2024. So we'll as soon as votes come in, I'll let you know on that. Meanwhile, we're waiting for Mamdani to speak. Thank you, Alex BZ. Alex BZ says if Trump can run for a 3rd term, then Mamdani can run for president. That's what Alex says. Thanks also Inhalation Aerosols, who thinks Americans are standing up for democracy today. Thank you so much, Inhalation Aerosols. Steve Otten says Trump won't again. He won't run again. He is trolling media. Oh, Prop 50 has already been called. Fox News and NBC News have already called Prop 50 in California passing. I guess they were just waiting for the polls to close. ABC News also has called it. ABC News just called it as well. So again, lots of major outlets have already, and Fox, including Fox News, are saying that Prop 50 will pass in California. So California is going to redraw congressional districts like Texas has recently. And whereas Texas favored Republicans, California will favor Democrats. I don't have any votes in on, there's no votes in yet for Prop 50, but I don't know if it's based on exit polling or whatever. But I mean, the polling suggested it was way ahead. Ryan 1 thinks it won't matter. Well, that was quick. It was a night of quick calls. Remember, Mamdani, the polls closed at 9, and when the first votes were reported at 9:03, Decision Desk HQ called it at 9:03. I'm seeing cheering, guys. I am seeing cheering. Does that mean he's coming out now? Now they're probably going to play music, so I can't play the music. Give me a second. Let me just see if they're playing music. I'm sure they are. Oh no! You know what? Actually, the mic is off on that thing. Let me just. I don't want to get the music, so here we go. We'll have it for you. We'll have it for you. April Coco says it's a great day for Uganda. Heidi says, I bet it was the young voters. They are speaking. We're zooming in. Breaking news, the camera has zoomed in. Breaking news, the camera has zoomed in. The lights are going in and out. Oh my gosh, it really looks like it's going to happen. It really looks like it's going to happen. Now the camera is slowly zooming out. CNN has also projected that California's Proposition 50 passes. Trump posted again, as one of our viewers just said. Trump says, pass voter reform, voter ID, no mail-in ballots, save our Supreme Court from packing, no two-state addition, etc., terminate the filibuster. So Trump is posting a bunch on... hold on, Zohran's about to come out. Let's watch Mamdani, guys. Mamdani's coming out now, I guess. Hold on. Let me get the volume up. Volume? Is the mic on? Where's the mic? Why aren't we hearing anything? Here we go.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening and for making this event possible. Before I begin, let's give a big thank you to the venue staff who have made this night such a celebration. Now, Zohran is about to join us on stage, but before he does, I want to say a few quick words of reflection and thanks and introduce a very special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become. New York City DSA. Party who have been such a leader in our long fight for an affordable, livable city. Now, do we have labor in the House? Throughout this campaign, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night in every corner of the city. And we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement, and then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause. And please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zohran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, Elle Biscard Church. Now, we have all been inspired by Zohran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zohran, our friend, a round of applause. And there are too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event, creating art. And if you are one of the this is beautiful. And if you are one of the tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be with us tonight, this is for you as well. You have made history. You set unreachable goals and then exceeded them. You believed in this city and believed in each other. And you achieved something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion. And most importantly, during a time of despair and rising fascism, you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you. Friends, the scope of this campaign was truly unprecedented. We had hundreds of thousands of conversations with our neighbors, and trained leaders who will help us deliver our agenda for the next 4 years. But this record-breaking program did not come out of nowhere. It was the product of years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movement partners. And we were so fortunate to be led on this campaign by someone who has been a part of this work from the beginning. She led Julia Salazar's groundbreaking campaign in 2018. And since then has been behind the scenes in so many of our victories. If this campaign made you feel powerful, or taught you something, or showed you discipline, or brought you joy, you have this person to thank. She is caring, wise, and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause, our organizing director, Tasha.
I can't play the music. I can't play the music. Hold on a moment. Hang on here. We're waiting for Mamdani to come out. Hold on. When the music stops, I will let you hear what she has to say.
This is very exciting. Thank you, everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign. I first crossed paths with Zohran in 2017 on a city council campaign for Ciattarelli team in Bay Ridge. Zohran was the paid canvas manager, and I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America. I don't think that we could ever have imagined that 8 years later, we would be here on election night for a mayoral campaign, 104,000 volunteers strong. 104,000 volunteers. We love numbers, we love metrics, but I want to talk first about what's behind those numbers. Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing. For many, including myself.
I just want to interrupt for 1 second. We have numbers in from California where Prop 50 is projected to pass, but with 42% of the vote in, 61.4% of the people in California are voting yes on Prop 50. This would allow the California legislature to redraw the map, the congressional maps in California, to yield more Democratic seats in the U.S. House. So again, I just saw those votes. Votes are coming in, so I'll leave it on the screen, but you can see 61.4% yes in California right now, with 42% of the vote in. Oh, you can't see the 42%. Let me move it up again. You'll see it in a second. All right. Just wanted to let you know about that.
To shape. I also want to say something about field leads. All of our canvases, for those who don't know, all of our canvases have been led by volunteers we call field leads. Many of them are here. Most led a shift every week, and some led a shift every week since December. And every time they led a canvas, and they were the ones welcoming new volunteers into our movement. They were the ones who helped inspire folks coming out to canvas for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership in an uncertain moment and try something new and scary, this field operation at this scale would not have happened. Those 700 people prove that leadership isn't about having all of the answers. It's about the willingness to step into the unknown and inspire others to imagine something better. So here are the numbers. Over 104,000 volunteers made over 4.4 million calls. At around noon today, a volunteer knocked our 3 millionth door. Over 700 field leads have led over 5,700 canvasses in 243 neighborhoods. 6,568 voters signed up to volunteer on the spot when they were canvassed by somebody. 8,389 voters signed up to volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker. These are unprecedented numbers. The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all 5 boroughs, is going to transform our city. What all 100,400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass democratic action. And it doesn't stop tonight. We all know that we won't stop at electing Zohran. We will continue to fight to bring the affordable of New York City to life. I am so excited to do that with all of you. And now I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear. We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City that it so urgently needs. He's been a friend, and he is the next mayor of the greatest city on earth, Zohran Mamdani.
Okay, I had to stop the music. Here he is. Here is Zohran Mamdani. We're going to watch him speak right now, his victory speech. And I'm sorry, I had to just stop the music. So as soon as he starts speaking, of course, we will hear him speak. He is speaking right now. Get ready. Get ready, guys. Get ready for his speech. First speech as the governor-elect. Wow. Came out of nowhere. All right, is he starting? Let's see. Here we go.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening. But as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. and deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, It is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Wow, so that was Zohran Mamdani speaking after winning the New York City mayoral election. I think it's interesting. I was watching, I have Fox News and CNN and MSNBC on here, and they're of course all covering it. And I see in our chat we have viewers who like Mamdani and viewers who don't like Mamdani, but so much attention on this New York City mayoral race. It's really fascinating that it has really grabbed the attention of the nation. So, certainly, I mean, this was a major upset. Months ago, people were not, before the primary, people were not thinking Zohran Mamdani was going to be the next mayor. But he has won, a Democratic socialist. And we'll have to see how this plays out in New York City. Certainly, he spoke to Trump a bunch in his speech, as I know a lot of you were commenting on. Will he? One of our viewers said something. Noah said, "Does a mayor actually have that much power?" I'm not an expert on New York City politics, but I know he can't just go in there unilaterally and put his entire program in there. So we'll see what kind of things, what kind of changes come to New York City. But it should be interesting, and I'm sure the country will be following it, both on the left and the right, and in the middle. So, but it just struck me, it does feel like the big thing, the big story of the night, by far the biggest story. And it's not a senator race, or it's not a governor race. It's the New York City mayor race. So really interesting. Really interesting. There you go. By the way, as you can see, in California, yes for Proposition 50 is now at 64.6%. Just about 2/3 of voters in California, with 73.8% of the vote in, are saying yes to Prop 50. By the way, I think we're supposed to, I think Gavin Newsom is going to speak very shortly. Very shortly, we're going to hear from California Governor Newsom, who was the one leading this push, who's been the one leading this push to have California redraw their congressional maps so that California could give more seats, House seats to Democrats, to balance Texas doing the same for Republicans. So Gavin Newsom is coming up. Look, Gavin Newsom is coming up, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if he were waiting for Mamdani to end. Let me show you here. I'm going to put it on the screen right now for you. Look at this. Look what we have here. We have. It's going to work. There it is. Look. Waiting for, this is not New York City, it's Sacramento, California. Oh my gosh. Gavin Newsom, Governor Newsom, who many people think is going to run for president. I think he's going to speak soon. The camera's moving. What are they saying? What are they saying? Do we have audio? Let's see. I think this is about to happen now. I think it's about to happen. All right, hold on. Let me change the headline. Let me change the headline. Oopsie. Hold on. I have to make an adjustment here. Gavin Newsom coming up now. Hey, Sean TV, that's so generous of you. Sean TV, thank you so much for all your support. Sean TV, thank you. That's really nice of you. Also, I owe thanks to Steve Otten. Thank you, Steve Otten, for your support. And also to, hopefully you can hear me. Thanks again, Sean TV. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Sean. Steve Otten as well. Lost Kitsune, thank you. Thanks, Noah, for being a member as we wait for Governor Newsom to speak. Thanks, Rosebuds on Twitch, for subscribing. Also, thanks to all of our moderators who have been with us this evening. I really, really appreciate it. Ruth Grafasi is there. Thanks so much, Ruth, for moderating on YouTube, over on Twitch. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah. Thank you. Linda Belk, and Larry and Misha on X. Over on Facebook, I want to thank our moderators over there. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Steve Otten as well. We have Paul Anderson modding. Thanks, Paul. Kay Lowry Body. Thank you, Kay. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks, Chuck Mosca, for subscribing over there. Margaret Riley moderating. Thanks. Appreciate all of our moderators. So, I think this is going to be soon. Fox News says it's going to be soon. Any moment. CNN says any moment. Wow. Hey, thanks Rusty G for moderating too. Rusty G's over there. Good seeing you, Rusty G. President Trump posted, and so it begins. Hey guys, President Trump posted, and so it begins. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look what Trump posted. After Mamdani spoke. Oh my gosh, look at what Trump posted. And so it begins. Wow. Wow. Jason SK says, Steve, I'm scared. Thank you, Lost Kitsune. I appreciate that. Excuse me. All right, hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. We're waiting for Governor Newsom any moment now. Any moment now. is this all weird? Oopsie. That. Why is this all confusing? Give me 2 seconds here. Just give me 2 seconds. I need 2 seconds. We're going to show you Gavin Newsom coming up now. Gavin Newsom. That didn't work well. Let's try this again. One more time. Let's try this. Okay, I did what I need to do. Let's go back to Gavin Newsom. Now what's happening? Oops, I gotta get this back on the screen. There we go. Rusty G thinks Newsom will be an interesting one to watch. I believe that Prop 50 was polling at about 60%, so it seems like it's even outdoing its polling. Thank you, Taco Cat. Thanks, Taco Cat. Taco Cat thinks the election results are brought to you by anyone who's read 1984. That's what Taco Cat thinks. Thank you, Taco Cat. All right, here comes Governor Newsom. Let's watch Governor Newsom speak right.
Well, good evening, everybody. And
turn the microphone on.
It's been a good evening.
Oh, I might have to get it.
Not just the Democratic
Turn the
Party,
mic on.
But what a night for the Democratic Party.
Hold on, I might have to get it in a different feed because the audio is bad. I'll work on getting the better audio.
Party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight for the Democratic Party; it was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country, the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for.
In every
we're proud here,
Donald Trump
in California, to be part of this narrative this evening. We're proud of the work that the people of the state of California did tonight to send a powerful message to an historic president. Donald Trump is an historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president in modern history. In every critical category, Donald Trump is underwater. He promised to make us healthier. He promised to make us wealthier. We're sicker and poorer. And he fundamentally understands that. Why else would he call Greg Abbott saying he's entitled to 5 seats? Why else is he trying to rig the midterm elections before one single vote is even cast? He understands his position at this moment in the United States of America. One thing he never counted on, though, was the state of California. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way in a 90-day sprint. People from all over the United States of America contributed their voices and their support for this initiative. We stood tall and we stood firm in response to Donald Trump's recklessness. And tonight, after poking the bear, this bear roared with an unprecedented turnout in a special election with an extraordinary result. None of us, however, are naive. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts to rig the midterm election continue to this day. And I'll reinforce that in just a moment. You're seeing him take action all across this country, not just in Texas. You saw what they were successfully able to do in Missouri, what they did in North Carolina, what they're trying to do in Indiana, and inevitably in Florida. They are not screwing around. In June of this year, we saw 4,000 National Guard federalized in the state of California. We saw 700 active duty Marines not sent overseas, but sent to the second largest city in the United States of America to militarize our streets. We said in June this was a preview of things to come. What more evidence do you need than what happened in Washington, D.C., what's happening up in Portland, cities like Chicago? When we kicked off this campaign just 90 or so days ago in Little Tokyo, in Southern California, in L.A., at the Democracy Center, Donald Trump sent Greg Bovino. He sent his private police force that increasingly appears to have taken an oath of office to Donald Trump, not to the Constitution of the United States. He sent them to our kickoff rally to chill free expression, to chill free speech, to intimidate people from participating. Just today, in Los Angeles, Donald Trump called up the Border Patrol, sent them to Dodger Stadium, and threw a fastball at free speech, right at the head, free expression, to suppress the vote in America's second largest city. Just did that today. People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings. That's what this victory represents. It's a victory for the people of the state of California and the United States of America. And this is a victory that's punctuated with a sober reminder that it's not just the actions that Donald Trump has taken to federalize our guard, to begin the process of militarizing American cities, to intimidate free expression and speech by utilizing ICE and Border Patrol in American cities. But he also announced today, right when polls were opening, that this election was rigged. That this election was rigged. Of course, those are familiar words. It's exactly what Donald Trump said after January 6th, that day of love, where he tried to light democracy on fire, he tried to wreck this country, and he called in to the Secretary of State in Georgia, calling up for 11,000, 12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around. So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections. Period and full stop. This is not complicated. And it's self-evident to anyone paying attention. You start to stack up all of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand tall, to not be intimidated, to not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one thing, shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us. But we're seeing all across this country, 7 million people strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other, and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people, the sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party, but again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, who talked about the powerful play, goes on. We all must contribute a verse. And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York, in Illinois, in Colorado. We need to see other states with the remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it the minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is all on the line, a bright line in 2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government and a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
California Governor Newsom speaking. He says he is encouraging other states to redistrict as well, and other Democratic states. And he says that 2026 is a very important election. He says a Democratic win in the House could, if I get this right, he said it could end the presidency of Donald Trump as we know it. Wow. I'll take a few comments from you guys. We should check on what happened with Seattle mayor. We never checked on Seattle mayor. I'm going to have to check that in a second. Seattle mayor. What percent of the vote is in? It doesn't say. Oh, hold on. Oops. Oops. There's too much on the screen. Let me take some comments from you guys about what we just saw. Seattle mayor is the incumbent. Bruce Harrell is running against a more progressive candidate, I believe, Katie Wilson. Sorry, it doesn't say at the moment how many votes are, what percentage is in. That's been a little bit of an issue tonight. Just so you know, this percentage in right now is the percentage in is, that site doesn't say it either. I can't tell what percentage is in. Oh, I don't know. Other sites don't have the percentage in also. Anyways, we'll have to keep checking in on that. 2026 is going to be intense. 2026 that's coming up. That's a year from now, guys. That is going to be intense. Yes, the incumbent is leading right now. There. Just so you know, in Seattle mayor in 2021, just so you know, about 260,000 people voted. And Bruce Harrell won that. But so it looks like maybe 40% of the vote is in or something. Anyways. And Mamdani still above 50% with most of the vote in New York City. Snuggle says, I voted for Katie in Seattle. I hope she picks up some more votes. Whew. Evelyn in Maine says, we get to listen to all this crap for another year. Oh, yay. And just going back over some of these other key races tonight, in the Virginia governor race, where'd it go here? Virginia governor. With over 95% in, Spanberger is winning by 14.5%. So the polls, the final polling in Virginia, here you can see on Decision Desk HQ site. This, by the way, this is called a Decision Desk Votes. It's a beta site that they are developing, which I believe will be available to the public soon. It's in beta version right now, but they allowed me to pay them to use it, which actually was really nice of them because they didn't have to. So, but I'm checking it out, and it's a very cool site. And but anyways, Decision Desk HQ. But if you look at the polling before the, you know what I got to shrink this for a second. If you look at the polling before the election, so like in the last week, you had Spanberger up 10, Spanberger up 8, Spanberger up 8, Spanberger up 6.5, Spanberger up 11, Spanberger up 11, up 8, up 10, 114, up 14. But most of the polls, I mean, even 14 was the biggest lead she had. Most of those polls were way below 14. So she is outperforming the polling for whatever that's worth. That's much better than the poll. I mean, she was supposed to win, but that's a pretty big victory right there. And then if you look in New Jersey, just to go over there, and you look at New Jersey governor, which there were only 2 governors races. So Mikie Sherrill, with 93% of the vote in, she is still winning by 13%. And let's do the same thing. Let's look at the polling there, the recent polling in this race. Sherrill by 2, Sherrill by 9.5, Sherrill by 1, Sherrill by 4, Sherrill by 7, Sherrill by 9, by 9, by 7, by 1.5, by 8, by 2.5, by 1, by 5. So she is certainly outperforming the polling as well, the recent polling, given that she's up by 13 with 93.2% of the vote in. And then I need to check on what's going on with the Virginia House of Delegates, because all of the seats, all 100 seats were up. That's the legislative body in Virginia, right? They have the Senate and the House of Delegates. So the House of Delegates results, Democrats had 51 seats coming in tonight, and now they have, well, NPR says that, who are they using? NPR says they have 60 and Republicans have 31. Is that correct? I don't know. I bet it's on here somewhere. I can't figure out how to get to it. I was looking on here. Actually, let me see if they have it on their website. Because I can get the individual races on Decision Desk HQ, but I couldn't figure out here, where do I find the whole thing? Where do I find the sum? Let's see. Virginia. I don't know. I want to make sure I'm giving you the correct estimate here, but it looks like it looks like Democrats have gained a lot in the Virginia House of Delegates race. Gosh, it's hard to find this. Sure, it's on some page or other. I'm just checking different sites to try to find a good estimate of the Virginia House of Delegates seats. You'd think it would be easier. Well, anyway, what I can tell you is yes, VPM PBS, again, they say they have 60 Democrats and 31 Republicans in the Virginia House of Delegates and 9 undecided. That's what they say. Ben J. thinks Trump is about to go mad. Oh, by the way, Louis R., that's so nice of you. Thanks, Louis R. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really like this site. I mean, I wish I had had more time. This kind of came together kind of late. So I wish I'd had more time to kind of practice on it. I didn't really practice that much with the site. I didn't really have time to. So I'm sorry I couldn't be a little better versed with the site. But I think the site's a cool site and has a lot of stuff. So they're going to keep working on it for future elections. Our viewer, Bald Eagle, says, why do I have a feeling that the average Joe's life won't get any better no matter who wins? Wink, wink. I'll also mention, just because I think it's worth mentioning, how it's being covered. How it's being covered tonight. So here's a headline from Associated Press. This is how Associated Press is covering it. They say Democrats dominate as economic woes take a toll on Trump's GOP. Now, again, I think Democrats were expected to win in, for example, Virginia and New Jersey for governor. But in those governor's races, they won by a lot. So AP says Democrats dominated the first major election day since President Trump returned to the White House. And while a debate about the future of the Democratic Party may have only just begun, there are signs that the economy specifically Trump's inability to deliver the economic turnaround he promised last fall, may be a real problem for Trump's GOP heading into next year's higher stakes midterms elections. But Democrats are hoping the off-year romp offers a new winning playbook, but some caution may be warranted, says AP. Tuesday's elections were limited to a handful of states, most of which lean blue, and the party that holds the White House typically struggles in off-year elections. Abigail Spanberger became Virginia's next governor, and Mikie Sherrill won in New Jersey by running campaigns focused largely on the economy, public safety, and health care. Those Democrats won by actively distancing themselves from some of the Democratic Party's far-left policies and emphasized what Spanberger described in her victory speech as pragmatism over partisanship. A growing collection of Democratic leaders believe the moderate approach holds the key to the party's revival after the GOP won the White House in both congressional chambers last year. Above all, the Democrats in both states focused on rising costs such as groceries, energy, and health care, which Trump has struggled to control. Also, Spanberger and Sherrill downplayed their support for progressive priorities, including LGBTQ rights and resistance against Trump's attack on American institutions. Spanberger rarely even mentioned President Trump's name on the campaign trail. Voters decided that Tuesday's top elections were more concerned Voters who decided today's top elections were more concerned about the economy, jobs, and costs of living than immigration, crime, and conservative cultural issues. That's according to the AP voter poll. About half of Virginia voters said the economy was the most important issue facing their state, while most New Jersey voters said either taxes or the economy were the top issue in their state. Just over half of New York City voters said cost of living was their top concern, and that was a huge part of Zohran Mamdani's campaign, affordability. AP says Maine voters defeated a measure that would have mandated showing an ID at the polls while approving a red flag rule meant to make it easier for family members to petition a court to restrict a potentially dangerous person's access to guns. Colorado approved raising taxes on people earning more than $300,000 to fund school meal programs and food assistance for low-income residents. Oh, thank you, CAC813. I appreciate that. Yes, this is the tie I wear for our election coverage. Thank you, CAC. Russ Lane says, I don't think Newsom will ever be president. He is seen as one of the top Democratic contenders for 2028. We'll see what happens. Hey, maybe we'll do our own poll question. Here's our poll question. Oh, thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot, who says, all hail King Trump. Thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. I really appreciate your support. Hey, I have a poll question for you. Will Newsom be the Democratic nominee nominee in 2028 for president? That's our poll question. I can't ask on Facebook because they haven't fixed the polls yet. But I'm going to ask on Twitch. We haven't done a poll yet, so I want to do a poll. Will Gavin Newsom, who we just heard speak, be the Democratic nominee in 2028? Let's see what people say. Wow, look at the vote on YouTube. Look at this vote on YouTube. Whoa. About two-thirds of people on YouTube voting think Newsom will be the nominee. I wonder what Twitch has to say about this. Wow, we got a big disagreement. Often it's a little more, it's rare we have this big of a disagreement. 53% say no on Twitch, whereas 64% say yes on YouTube. Interesting. Winter Cage thinks Newsom and Bashir would be a good ticket. CC said big difference winning a presidential race versus a mayor or governor's race. Sedated Booster says Mamdani, if we can change the rules by then. He is not eligible because he was not born in the U.S. Jason S.K. said could see him as VP candidate. Teresa thinks of course Newsom will be. There's some talk of AOC running for president. You know what? People can pop up though. People can emerge. Who was talking about Zohran Mamdani on the national level? I mean, even for mayor, seriously, a year ago. Thanks for your kind words, Victor Harshman, by the way. You can think. I remember thinking when she ran, I thought, just given where the Democratic Party was at, I thought Elizabeth Warren was going to do well as a candidate, just given where the party was, and she didn't do well at all for president. You just don't know a lot. You can never tell how people are going to respond to different candidates. So who knows? Who Shot JR thinks it's Hillary's turn. Thanks for voting in our poll. We'll have to see. Hey, thanks to Beautiful Profanity for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Voss749 for the gift sub. Gift subs, Voss749 and Rosebuds as well on Twitch. Jeffrey Chatagnier says Hillary is done. Oops, hold on a moment. Let me just give you a little more, see if I can show you a little more of how tonight is being reported by some outlets. I'd be interested in actually watching. I have on TV up here, I have like Fox and CNN and stuff, but I haven't really been able to watch them. So I don't know. I'd actually be interested to see what the Fox coverage was like tonight in terms of how they're reacting to it. I don't know. I can't listen while I'm doing this. I mean, I'm sure the CNN and MSNBC is pretty happy. And this was another race we talked about in this one in Virginia. The Democrats swept in Virginia despite a tech scandal. This was in the Washington Post. Democrats were expecting a good night in Virginia, but it wasn't clear that they would extend to their embattled Attorney General nominee Jay Jones. Jones's campaign was upended by revelations that he fantasized in 2022 texts about killing a GOP legislative leader and former colleague. He imagined a scenario in which he had 2 bullets to fire at Adolf Hitler, Cambodian dictator Pol Pot, or then State House Speaker Todd Gilbert. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot, he wrote in the text, Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Democrats denounced the text, but mostly stood by him, hoping the backlash to Trump would pull him over the line. Most Virginia voters disapproved of Trump, and 85% of those voters supported Jones, and he ended up winning. Younger voters powered Mamdani, they said. Mamdani won 2/3 of voters under 45 in preliminary exit polls, while Cuomo led Mamdani by 10 points with voters 45 and older. Interesting. Republicans see Mamdani's democratic socialism as a valuable foil and are eager to make him the face of the Democratic brand. Trump has called Mamdani one of the best things to ever happen to our great Republican Party and threatened him with problems with Washington like no mayor in the history of our once great city. Mamdani's victory sets up a likely showdown with Trump. Trump said the night before the election that if Mamdani wins, it is highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home. Oh my gosh, the election next year is going to be crazy. It's going to be intense. Hey, thanks Marcus Peterson from Denmark. Marcus thinks if Newsom runs, it would be an easy win for Vance in 2028. Susie May says old people need to get out of government. I did see someone online commented on this, and I can't remember who. And they looked at Mikie Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger and Mamdani, and they talked about how it's sort of a younger group. Spanberger age, Spanberger is 46. Mamdani is what, 34? And Mikie Sherrill is 53. Thanks to Don Coe for watching on X. New Eurekan Joseph says midterms will be fun. Look, and you know what's going to happen now is both parties are going to look at this, and they're going to look at these results and try to figure out what they mean. But you know, it's not. You have to draw your conclusions. There's not one clear answer as to what it all means. Some people might think, oh, this is bad for Republicans, and others might think, no, it's not a big deal. It was a bunch of leaning Democratic states, and some people might think, oh, Mamdani winning shows that the Democratic voters, you really need to be very progressive to get the most support. And others might say, well, look what happened in New Jersey and in Virginia. They ran moderate candidates and they did really well. So, you know, we'll have to see each side will have to come to their own conclusions. Reuters says in their article tonight, they have a summary article, Democrats sweep first major elections of second Trump term. But one of the things they said in the article was, Republicans have already signaled they intend to present Mamdani as the face of the Democratic Party. Trump has incorrectly labeled him a communist and vowed to cut funding for the city in response to Mamdani's ascension. Hey, thanks, Nikos Kostianis. Thank you, Nikos. That's really nice of you. Nikos said his UPS package is now delayed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how the UPS... Louisville is a major hub for UPS. And they had that terrible plane crash there, which we talked about. We did a stream on earlier. And I know that for a while today, the entire airfield was shut down. So I don't know. I certainly would assume it might significantly impact UPS operations. I haven't really had time the last couple hours to go back and look at that. Steve Miga says it's about the messaging. This opens the way for more progressive candidates 5 to 10 years from now. Yes, as Edwina says, we mentioned earlier, 7 people, officially 7, at least 7 are dead in that plane crash. I have posted on my X account, I don't have the rights to share them here, but I have posted, there's some surveillance camera footage of the crashes, which are just crazy, showing the plane like fierily in a fiery crash in like an industrial area next to the airport. Hold on a second here. Let me just take a couple more comments here. Hold on. Oops, I don't need California Governor Newsom speaks anymore. Democrats win VA and NJ Gov races, NYC mayor, and CA Prop 50. Oh, NYC mayor. I mean, of course, Democrats win. Let's just say that. Our viewer Michael Lauzon says, congrats to Mamdani. Oh, our viewer, thanks SK, mentioned that the New York Post has posted. The New York Post posted tomorrow's cover of the New York Post, and it says the Red Apple, and it's Zohran Mamdani. They have a drawing of him holding a hammer and sickle, like from the Russian flag, right? Am I getting that right? From the USSR? What was it? The USSR flag? I'll put the link in the chat if you want to look at it. They say on your marks, M-A-R-X, get set, Zo. Olya Scootercaster reposted that. You can go look at it. I just posted a link to it in the chat. Yes, the USSR flag had the hammer and sickle. All right, guys, I think we've maybe come to the end of this stream. I think we did what we came to do. We covered the big races, and we got to see different people speak that I think people were interested in seeing. We read a bunch of your comments. So I think it might be time to start wrapping this up. You know, President Trump is speaking tomorrow twice. He's supposed to speak, I think, at a Senate Republican senators breakfast or something. That's early. That's at like 8:30 a.m. Delivers remarks at a breakfast with Republican senators. But he's supposed to be giving a speech at the America Business Forum in Miami. There's a chance we might cover that tomorrow, though he's supposed to give a speech at 1 in Miami. Because I think maybe he'll talk about this, about the election. I don't know. So we might cover that tomorrow, his speech. Maybe. But I really appreciate everybody joining our coverage tonight. Thank you for being here. I enjoyed watching the numbers come in with you guys and following the elections. We'll cover this next year, big election next year, guys. There might be some primary elections to cover, but definitely, the 2026 midterm election is going to be huge. So I really appreciate you joining us. We'll have more coverage of various stories soon. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I will post updates about different stories, as I always do, on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there. I've posted a bunch of videos of the plane, the terrible plane crash. If you want to see what happened, it's not graphic, but it's just really horrible accident. But I posted those there @Lookner on X. You can follow me there if you want for updates. And hey, turn on notifications for the channel. I never know when big news is going to happen. Thanks for your patience tonight. I know we were going to come on earlier and we had to wait. We were going to come on at like 6 and we had to wait till like I think around 8 or so because that horrible plane crash happened and I wanted to hop on and cover that. So thanks for your patience and waiting. But sign up for our free notifications because I never know when we're going live in terms of, generally speaking, I don't know when big news is going to happen. But if you sign up, it's free to sign up and then you get sent a notification every time we go live. It works really well. So you don't miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. We do it through Discord. And you can also find the link to the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would sign up for those. And I really appreciate our moderators. We've done 2 streams, one after the other tonight. And I know, especially the politics streams can get pretty emotional in the chat and pretty spirited. I got to say, I think it's great that we had people of different political views tonight and they were in our chat rooms, but the mods keep it under control so we can have them discuss things. And I love that we can do that, but that's thanks to our moderators. So we couldn't do it without our mods. So thank you so much. Ruth Krafasi is there right now. Rusty G on YouTube. All of our other YouTube moderators who've been there. Thank you so much. And on Twitch, all of our moderators, we've had a bunch right now. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 and Sarah, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Huge thanks. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook, Linda Belglary, and Misha on X. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is really nice of you guys. Really, really nice of you. I call a couple people thank yous, I think. Oh, Great Cornholio 68 on Twitch, thank you. Who Shot JR, thank you. Jim1231 on Twitch, thank you. Nikos Kostianis, Brent Jenis, our new member. I haven't thanked them yet. Civic Republic Military, who says Albuquerque has an intense mayoral race scheduled for a runoff on December 9th. I know absolutely nothing about it. I'll have to look into it. Civic Republic Military. Sorry. I'm sorry I'm not, more fluent in all the races, like the Seattle mayor and the Minnesota mayor and everything. But I did the best I could, but I'm certainly not Mr. Politics expert on all these races. So I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Civic Republic Military. Thanks also RDG3D. Any exit polls ask about the government shutdown? I'm sure they did. I don't know if I have anything right now that I can quickly give you. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't have right here at hand with me RDG3D any about exit polling about the government shutdown. That's an question. But thank you, RDG3D. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, Crypto King, for your support as well. I don't know if that impacted people's votes or not. I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, President Trump posted that he claimed that pollsters said the two reasons. Remember what President Trump said? He posted and he said, according to pollsters, he said, the two reasons that Republicans lost were Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down. Is that true? I have no idea. I don't know. But thanks for your support. If you ever want to donate, go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, Louis R., Sean TV, everybody else. That's what allows this channel to exist and to buy footage and to buy access to and buy election data and all that stuff. So thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks to Dillamond, who's been a member for 51 months. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Dillamond says, always vote. Yeah, I encourage everybody to vote, no matter who you're voting for. Let's see here. Hey, another good way to find out when we're going live is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there. I posted updates tonight when our schedule kind of changed because of the other streams. So follow us over there for the latest updates at Agenda Free TV if you're on X. And oh, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing it. It's the same link as the notifications link to sign up for the free notifications. So check out our Discord chat if you want. Thank you to all of our Discord mods for all you do. Really appreciate it, Discord mods. Also, if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. So what you need to do is, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, is you need to, well, you got to subscribe to the channel first, as the channel doesn't load. Why isn't the page loading? Let me refresh this. Everything just got stuck. Okay, now it's unstuck. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. Thanks to our member, Ronald Kane. Member for 37 months. Thank you, Ronald. Hey, I want to shout out our Facebook subscribers. I should have shouted you out earlier. Well, I shouted out some of them. Chuck Mosca. Susan Priest-Buchner, thank you. Susan for being a subscriber. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II. Michael Clayton. Sharon Klassen Gosselin, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. Shannon Davis Hughes. Shannon was modding too. Thank you, Shannon. Sorry I missed you before. Our Twitch viewers and our subscribers over there. Thanks on Twitch for subscribers like I Got That Fire, Wall Street and Shaggy, Software Freak, Chief Hung, Gina Pina, Sarah, Shraki, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. Our viewer Marcus says, R.I.P. New York. Thanks, Shraki, for subscribing, if I didn't thank you already. And our YouTube members, sorry, I should have thanked you earlier, YouTube members. I'll try to do that next time. But Crypto King, Gary Baines, Evelyn in Maine, CAC813, UV Lightning, Mr. Showtime, Callie Raven, CAC813, Brent Jennis, Bigfoot in the Bunny Media, Ronald Kame, Chris N. Thanks for being members. Samurai Conscious, Mark Washburn, Sean C., Director Pepper, Waltham, thank you. Gringo. Hey, Gringo in Mexico. That's so nice of you, Gringo. Thank you. And also Brent Jennis. Thanks for the gift memberships, Brent Jennis. So nice of you. Thanks for watching and rating Mercado Media. All right, we're going to wrap this up. We're going to wrap this up right now. That's what we're doing. We are wrapping it up. But I will certainly keep an eye on the news, and I am sure we will be covering more big news soon. We might even cover the Trump speech tomorrow. We'll have to see. I'll have to see how it's playing out. It's certainly possible. Okay, so that is it for now. Thanks, Jonah Katz. Also, other people watching. Oh, our Brent Jeans. Brent's name is Jeans, not Ginnis. So that's how you pronounce Brent's name is Jeans. Thanks, Zambo, for watching on Twitch. Set to Chill, thanks for watching over there. Thank you. Thanks to Nancy D. Schneider for watching on Facebook. Thank you. Paula Thompson and everybody else. So that is it for now. Thanks Edwina Stowski for being a member too, and Keen Eye A. Crows. And thank you for being a member. All right, guys, that is it for now. Again, I really appreciate your joining us for our live election coverage. And we'll see what happens next year in the huge midterm election. But that is it for right now. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.